Okay, I think we're good. Internet here sucks. Like randomly drops every couple days for a few minutes for no reason. Absolutely no reason. Oh, actually, let's put this here. I know what we're gonna do. We're gonna do like this, yeah? It's over. We're gonna make this thing, we're gonna squash this a little bit. I think we're good. Yeah, we're back stable. Stupid thing, man. Hey, Finn. You've seen the, some of our latest stuff, I presume? PR'd RK4 for drone. Awesome. I will review that shortly. How is the hardware going? That is the thing I would like to have figured out is how do we get drone to fly? Hey, that guy. How's it going? What's going on? Overview, please? No, I haven't seen it yet, that guy. Overview, please? Normally I stream all my RL dev. Today I have to make a poster for the conference I'm presenting at in a week or two. So, I'm just hanging out and I'm making this poster and chatting RL things. I'm not going to be able to comment intelligently on a paper I haven't read, though, man. Is it like a paper I should read? Because, like, if you go look at GRPO and, like, look at it in the context of the rest of RL, it's kind of dumb. Right? Like, the fact that nobody tried that before in LLMs is just, like, proof that nobody's really doing anything. What's the con about? It's the reinforcement learning conference. I think if I have one extra thing to put here. One extra thing to put here, maybe? Amazing. Tried. Alright, I'll check it out at some point. What else do I put on puffer.ai? What else do I put on from here? Is there anything else I have that I can like put that I'm obviously forgetting from the rest of this? You froze for me? Refresh. Shouldn't be. Unless it dipped for a second, but I'm doing a stable 6K at the moment. No more frames dropped. I could just put this here, but Sam and I will be meeting at uni all next week to get it finished. Awesome. At the for grammatic controls, but a couple final things. Awesome. Let me know if you guys need help. I very much want to see this stuff on real hardware because, like, also if this works, then this is going to be confirmation that our sim to real stuff's reasonable, and we're going to want to try, like, ARMS and other stuff as well. Get RL working on a ton of different things. Uh-oh, are we frozen again? Let me see. No, it says we're not dropping frames. We're fine. Solve some GRPO problems with LMs, SPO. That guy, if it requires sampling a ton of rollouts, like a ton of rollouts from the same data like GRPO does, then no, it's kind of useless. Like, they basically are just burning massive compute because they have no data. And, like, even if we're looking to scale compute, it's not a super attractive way to do it because, like, the base case of we want this to work well with infinite data and limited compute doesn't work. Only the same sequence. Sorry, I don't know what that means. Like the same, that's what it does in GRPO, right? Is they take the same, like the same prompt or what, they like roll it out several times. With these codes. I want to teach someone with no coding experience how to code properly. What would be your suggestion? Read my article. I wrote an article for this. Where is it? I mean, I literally, it's here. People asked me for like a from scratch guide, so this is it. These are like all my best tips, and then there's even stuff for ML in general. Learning basic and it's all in there, man. If you just read that guide. What do you do when you don't feel like studying? Well, luckily I don't typically have to do much studying anymore, but when I don't feel like working on a thing, I go run, I go powerlift. If I'm totally burnt out, I play some games. Suggest how to code properly. Better for someone no experience. Well, it sort of does, right? It doesn't. This doesn't give you a that one doesn't give you a lesson plan, but it does tell you very clearly like the common pitfalls to avoid, right? You start by just learning basics from anywhere and implementing some very simple projects. And you start with something you can build in a couple hours, build something you can build in a couple of days, you build up to bigger things, and then it kind of tells you where to go from there. I think network is important to land a job. Do not ask me for traditional career advice. I have the least like traditional. I do crazy things, right? It is definitely a way to go, I will say, but it is not like the cookie cutter way to go. This was it was, right? Trying to think how to make all this stuff line up. Add to. Life goes off fast. What do you think about Nvidia CEO? Yeah, just ignore all that. If you replace all programming, you solved AI. So like you've basically replaced everything. Like, but yes, listen to the people whose direct financial interest it is to tell you the thing, where like, you know, they have literally trillions of dollars staked on this. Poster seems cool for someone who uses crazy stuff. Hopefully. Alright, something like this, I think. Let me see if I can clean this idea up as best as possible. And we'll see whether this makes, good sense or not, right? Oh, you know what I should do? Wait, I guess the aspect ratio can't be the same, right? I was thinking if I could literally just make this our business card, right? Maybe I can, actually. What's the size of this thing? Is it 3.3 by 2.16? 3.3 by 2.16. Okay. And did they give you the pixel ratios? Okay, so it's 3.14 by 2.2 safe area. Excuse me. What if you implement something huge on this library to make it seen in the community, like implementing AlphaFold, not reinforcement learning? Not reinforcement learning. We're implementing all sorts of crazy stuff, man. Like, have you seen the growth recently? Like, whatever we're doing now is working quite well. It takes a little while, but here. Let me show you the growth on this. So we just hit 3K stars this past week. This is the growth. 3K stars, just for comparison. So this is Torch RL. They also have 3K stars, a little bit under, actually. Let me give you a comparison here. So these guys, this library started before Puffer, and we just passed them, and they have the meta brand backing them. So the growth is very good. It takes a while. You know, you don't build Rome in a day. And it doesn't have 8K concurrent viewers. It has 8K views or more. Like, some of them will get 20,000 views, but not 20K like, if you have 8K concurrent viewers, like, that means you're gonna have, usually you have 100 times that amount of followers. Like a rough estimate. Like, there are literally 0 people working on something like this technical that have 8K concurrent on anything. I'm pretty sure there's 0. The 1038 by 696, right? Okay, so I gotta multiply the 31.4 by 20, maybe? Hard. Yeah, this is gonna leave too much space if I do this, though. I think it'll be better to just do 2 separate things, right? Be quicker than trying to make them both fit here. The edges fit. I think I made the edges fit but overlapped is what I did, right? think I'm probably just overthinking this, right? It's not that hard to make a collage. I'm just massively overthinking, right? Do you have any idea for someone who wants to work on a master's thesis? Fields in. Oh, okay. Computer interface and RL. That's harder. That combo is harder. Because I don't know anything about computer interfaces, right? Like industries we're looking at logistics. We're looking at low fidelity control. We're looking at like the use of simulators and scientific research more broadly, and how we can like change the way simulation is used with RL. We're looking at a ton of different things. Pretty much anywhere you look, you could probably find something reasonable. You just try to like make it cool, right? Not worry too much about land a good. Oh, well, at least in the US, you don't do a master's if you're gonna do a PhD. So I don't, yeah. Typically, you just go from undergrad to PhD, or you spend a couple years in industry and then do a PhD. We have direct PhD, but I came from bio and neuroscience, so I taught better to study AI. Well, I don't know how it works in if you're in the UK or EU, but you should probably look into that because it's like absolutely possible to do a master's or whatever that's going to prevent you from even being able to do a PhD. That's actually a thing. Recently came across PufferLib, very impressive. Wrote my master's thesis about RL for wildlife sim. Oh, fun. They created an RLM from scratch and Rapid as Gymnasium. Have run everything locally. PufferLib would have been useful then. Yeah, it would have been useful in my PhD as well, which is why I made it after I finished, of course. Getting infrastructure right is hard. It's a job in and of itself. It's not like a part of a PhD. It is a PhD. Now we have nice things, and now RL mostly works. Pretty cool. Finally, mostly works. I don't think how I even want to do this. I hate having to do these layouts. Drives me crazy. MMO could be more informative. What would be a more informative picture? So it looks small. You have to keep in mind that this is going to be 6 feet by 4 feet. So this is like, this image is this big. So like, you're going to be able to see. Oh, it should have been 100%. Hang on. Yeah, so this is the scale. You're going to be able to see very clearly everything, right? Give you a big corner to do instead. Like a bigger end of this thing. The OpenAI one is like completely dated. there are a bunch of agents in this picture. I guess a lot of them are NPCs. Why is this so difficult? Do I just literally have this little inspiration right now? How I did it here. Good. This thing is too big for how simple of an end it is. For shrinking this. Other cool ends I can put. I guess I put this up here. Pretty fancy. What's the collage meant to convey to a newcomer? Just meant to show off all the environments. It's the main thing that we have in Puffer. Like, the majority of the code is dedicated to these environments. Like, you gotta understand that for research, having a bunch of environments is, like, very important. Right? Like, in fact, many of these, like, many people who'd want to use Puffer would want to use it for the environments. I hate doing posters so much. I have it laid out in this. Literally like a color matching problem, isn't it? Try one other thing. This is not working. I don't know what it is about my brain that, like, refuses to let me do this basic type of stuff. Yeah, this is, like, worse. Let me just try to tile it as best as I can and call it a day. Otherwise, this is just gonna take me forever. Gaps, maybe? That help? Let's say I want to create a reinforcement learning model to play a game. First, I need a way to represent the state of the environment. Yes. Thinking of fine-tuning YOLO to detect objects. What? Yeah, you don't need to do any of that. RL works completely different from that. So if you're going to do something like that, then if you have to train on an environment that is pixels, you train directly from pixels. You don't need to do object detection or anything like that. That's going to be horrendously slow and unusable. So if you need to do pixels, you just do directly from pixels for something like that, minus a few specific applications. Ideally, what you do is you train directly from state or partially observed state. So most of these environments, you're actually just seeing like some nearby local portion of the state data. And it just simply depends on how much access you have to the environment or simulator if you're trying to do that. We have a ton of guides on the website puffer.ai as well as on my X. Why I don't like doing this thing. Hope you're doing well. Need some help. Want to implement a turn-based two-player game in Puffer. Both agents with self-play. Yeah, it's kind of a pain to do turn-based two-player with self-play. The turn-based makes it obnoxious. You can technically do it. We had a hack that we were using for this. And I'm going to be doing this very soon, like possibly even this week. But basically what we did is we had these masks. We would hack it so that you would only take one side's moves every step. So you get a big batch of observations, but you'd only use half of them. Now, it made a mess, though, because it's very hard to keep things fast with masking. So basically, you kind of either have to hack it via masking. Yeah, you probably have to hack it via masking, or for now, just do self-play on something that isn't turn-based. Because turn-based is just super obnoxious. Like, you can look at 2-0. Like, in 2-0, we did this with Capture the Flag, and I think briefly we did it for Connect 4 as well. It's a pain because, like, the infrastructure, the way that you sample for turn-based is pretty different from the way that you sample for everything else if you're doing self-play. Material science has been going. I did this stream on Saturday. I need to finish some random admin stuff and get back to it. Pretty much. Yeah, like, this is silly, right? Okay, this, this, decent, right? I'm a professional UX UI web designer. If you need a hand publicizing and showcase help, is there any way that I can do this that's like less obviously stupid than what I'm doing now? Like, as you can see, even super basic stuff like, I don't know, let me just ad hoc a collage. Like, well, how do you ad hoc a collage? Requires you to have some sense of spacing. Like, I sometimes hire people for this type of stuff, but then when I hire somebody new, it's like half the time I end up just having to, like, it takes me as long as to do it myself. Kind of just depends. This has to go underneath, right? Like, doesn't fit here. Hey, Convert, what are you on about? What on earth are you on about today? Doing okay. I'm trying to just, I don't know, ad hoc a poster. At some point, I'm just gonna be like, and done. It's just gonna be what it is. I can kind of fix this if I don't want the sharp boundaries, right? Is it better to not have the sharp boundaries, but have it, like, roughly aligned? It probably is, isn't it? Like this. Kind of better. Not bad. This. Try to make the M's the same size? If I make them the same size, then the really simple M's are like the same presentation as the really interesting ones. Put that in the center. Yes, I could put it in the center. One of my racetracks for the Whisker Racer. Has to be PR'd. You gotta actually have your env PR'd with baselines to get it into these things. Get rid of the non-interesting ones. Yeah, fair. Only really one or two that I would want to get rid of. Let me try this. $20.48 is... No, Yannick, we have $20.48 in there. We got $20.48. Right here. That actually ended up being a very useful environment. Of course that's getting put in. $296? I gotcha. I mean, I gotta review it, right? Hang on. Make me do this now in the middle of this. Do you have a base... Wait, do you have a trained model? Does it run fast and have a trained model that is at least decent? If the answer is yes to those, I will put a screenshot and I will do the full review after. Is this a thing? Well, it's a cool environment, but do you have... Like, is it fast, and do you have at least semi-decent trained baseline? Those are the two requirements to be on here. Actually, Impulse Force is downgraded for having a kind of okay base. Driving sim down here. Oh, well then that's kind of good. Okay. In that case, do me a favor. Go run eval on it, and when you get to a reasonable spot, just hit F12, which will save a screenshot, and stick it in the Discord. I'll put it on the poster. Well, it's a cool looking environment, and it would add some visual diversity to this, right? I mean, that's good by me. Where'd freaking cart pole go? Cart pole's like under one of these, isn't it? Oh, there it is. Go away, bot. For this thing. There was a bot in the Discord earlier that I could not ban. Like, there's some sort of weird exploit going around where you can't actually ban some of the bots. I have no idea what it is. But yeah, it's jank. Okay. That's a little better. Yeah, link JSwars at puffer.ai. Go ahead, like, link a portfolio. Because I am actually, that is something that I have done in the past, and good to have people on hand for. I'm always very much happy to not have to spend a day doing this. This all the M's, or did I forget anything important? Oh, I know what I want to do with it. Okay, yeah, I know how we can fix it up a little bit. Just have this be in the center. Yeah, okay, I see it. Now I see the vision. This stays here. Goes here. See what I do with it, but we're gonna have like a running line down here. Bottom. And this goes... do like this. And fill in. This is gonna be down here-ish somewhere. to see it a little bit. Well, I don't know if this happens to other people where like you have to do a bunch of things, but like there's a very like I'm not terrible at a lot of things, right? There are a lot of things I'm actually pretty good at, but like it's such a hard context switch for my brain that, for instance, like when I get into hard algorithm dev, I'm not bad at it, right? When I get into like doing business side stuff, I'm not bad at it. But when I have to context switch from one to the other, I'm freaking terrible at anything for a couple of days, at least. More for like actually hard stuff. Context switching is just brutal. It's like really brutal. Is there any way of seeing what M's are currently being created? Uh, yeah, there really isn't, and it's kind of hard to do that in general because, like, we kind of just have a big open source community where people are doing a ton of stuff. I do have, like, the beta page, right, where, like, we have M's that are in progress. But then the thing is, we have so many people now that are just making random stuff. You kind of just have to look around in the Discord, and if you see anything recent, then that's what people are doing. It's very difficult, like, when you have this big grassroots thing, because any system I make to track that, like, people aren't going to actually use consistently. Want to build RL using CV to play a platformer. Self-driving cars, why is objected? Massively different scale. You don't have a million GPUs to do this. Don't judge me. I know you're good. It's just, so here, let me show you this. So if you want to do that, like, to play a platformer, you'd use something like this. This is like the fastest out-of-the-box pixel-based environment for this type of stuff. You can do it. It will be faster than anywhere else, but like the default models for this are about 400 times slower than our state-based stuff. So it's like 400 times longer to do anything versus our state-based stuff. I mean, it's just the fact that you have to put all these pixels into a neural network, right? Whereas state is like a much more compact representation of information. More than anything is what it is. We have a lot of new people around here, no worries. Like, you can get, you'll be able to get advice and stuff quite quickly. How long do you want the GIF? Oh, wait, GIF is for other stuff. Convert. Get me an image first. Just like F12 will get me an image. Because this is a poster. You can also get me a GIF, but I need a I need to finish the poster before I do the presentation stuff. We're not doing presentation today, we're just doing poster. Not go up here. What are most impressive environments? Look, or visually impressive environments, and like spiral outwards, I guess. See why it would be hard to list what M's. What are some M's that you'd like to see added? Preferably something simple. Depends on your experience level, right? Like, we've had people come up with all sorts of cool things. Like, Kinvert just went and did the highway driving env. I've actually wanted that for a while, but, like, I hadn't thought about that in over a year until I saw that he was doing it, right? I didn't know that Tetris was going to look anywhere near as cool as it does until somebody made it. 2048 I thought would just be, like, an easy env, and it actually turned out to be a pretty interesting challenge for RL. So, like, generally there are a few different categories of things. If you're new and you just want to have fun and learn some stuff, and then maybe the env is going to be super useful. Some of them are, some of them aren't. Arcade games are always good. If you have experience in another area, like another field of engineering or science or whatever, we love it when people do simulators that are actually industry adjacent, and that's actually how you get involved with our business stuff as well. And other than that, let me look at a whole bunch of these. We generally like it when there's at least like some sort of new interesting aspect of challenge to this. We got one person doing like 6 Degree of Freedom Arm. I don't know if they'll finish that or not. I had somebody that's like almost finished Robocode. I have to merge a PR on that, which is like this tank battle environment. If you scroll through the Discord, somebody's done a tower defense game recently, which is pretty cool. There are a whole bunch of more academic environments that would be interesting as well, but those sort of need to be made more by people that have like an RL, like academic RL background. Okay, this is getting somewhere. Big collage of stuff. Poster's looking sick. It's getting somewhere. This was actually a good suggestion. Have you thought about doing boats and ships? If somebody actually wants to do that, then sure. I don't think that anybody's gonna want to like automate boats in the real world, but like if you want to do it, like yeah, you could probably do something with sailing, I guess. If like somebody was into sailing, gotta give the title a little bit of breathing room. Yeah, you're right. Hang on. So, I mean, I haven't done the final spacing, right? Where's the background thing? No. Is there not a way to do a background on this thing? Like, see where the box is? Where's ConvertSenv? You sent me a thing in the Discord yet? Somebody's doing Lunar Lander. Oh, you did the whole track rendered from above. Okay, let me merge. Let me just. Guess I merge this and just owe you a review or whatever. Hang on. Not mode 7, but not very fast. What do you mean a mode 7? Oh geez, this is gonna be a lot to merge, isn't it? If you kept it clean at least. Fine. Love to work on a few bits for Puffer, absolutely. If you message me or link me, whatever, then I will take a look. Obviously, right now I have to just finish this thing, but would love to have a designer on hand who is like reasonable and can do design tasks quickly. I've had a couple designers who've been like not very reasonable. Like there've been people I've had to go back and forth like 100x with. Okay, against my better judgment, I'm going to merge this and I'm going to owe you a full review, Convert. I owe you a full review. Instead of telling you to like fix the stuff and then merge it, but I'm gonna owe you a full review. You forgot to PR the weights file, didn't you? Yeah, you forgot to PR the weights. I have to mess with a bunch of stuff. I don't think I broke the build. I think this is just my local. I didn't know where to put it. No, it's in resources. Look, resources, you make a folder and you put like put it in a whisker eraser there. Feel like hearing directly from your experience could save me a lot of time compared to just Googling things. Wait, any resources? Since you oh, hang on. Since you're a PhD working in RL, do you have any advice? Did I not? Maybe I linked this to somebody else before. I have literally all of my best advice in one place because everybody asks me this. So, I actually put a bunch of time into writing some good articles. This contains like literally everything you need to get started. If you follow this advice, you will be competent in reinforcement learning very quickly. We'll put this in the chat for you. Yeah, No, it's not convert, it's different. Because, like, aren't you loading? Hang on, maybe I'm wrong. Damn it, this is why I don't YOLO merge stuff. Alright, look, you literally have right here that says resources, whisker racer, weights.bin. And it looks like you updated this. Do you update this to match, like, the obs and stuff? Because there's no way that this compiles otherwise, right? You had to export this file and, like, not there. It's gonna have to be small because it's friggin' bright green. I think I might just have to change the colors on this and whatever, we'll see. Let's see how big the puffer is that I have before it starts getting to be low res. Okay, so this is how big the puffer is. Full res. I can put this at the top. I don't want to watermark the puffer. I like the puffer to be big. Oh yeah, but this doesn't make sense because then this puts this above. Okay, so we'll do like this maybe. Interesting. Too long. I use the restroom real quick, and then we'll figure out what else is missing here. Hate making posters. And then I gotta prep a presentation, which is even worse. Right back. Alright. A couple really cool M's we have that nobody finished. Good to have. Hey Snowy. Welcome. my wrist. Canva. This is not a presentation. This is a single image. The only reason your library is fast because of implementing EMS in C. No, it's fast because of a lot of other things. This is just the most visible thing. Fast vectorization, fully re-optimized training, got rid of the entire modern RL stack and wrote our own. Like, it's a lot of stuff. Using the algorithm in Python. Well, very large batch training with PyTorch optimized for like a level of performance that basically nobody has bothered to do, with a lot of logging and monitoring for us to track down performance bottlenecks. I mean, it's a comprehensive effort to make reinforcement learning fast, stable, and sane, right? Yeah, I do have to prepare a presentation as well. I guess I usually just do Google Slides. Honestly, I put very little effort into my slides in comparison to the delivery. PufferLib accept M's written in C++. Typically, we don't accept them as PRs. You can absolutely write your own M's in C++, but for our first-party ones, we typically don't, because we would have to, like, we'd have to redo the build system, and I also just don't want to encourage people to be doing stuff in C++, because it creates more problems with for me with maintenance and review, because, like, if C gives you 5 ways to shoot yourself in the foot, then C++ gives you about 5 million ways to shoot yourself in the foot. And usually shoot yourself in the foot means ship it to me and I have to deal with it next patch. Why doing all this? What do you mean? What do you mean, why doing all this? This is a poster. I think that I should just move some stuff up to the top, right? Because I have this stuff on the bottom. Oh, RLC. So I don't publish anymore, but I have an old publication from my PhD that I kept updating and resubmitting. And like Puffer finally did get accepted to something, so I may as well go present it, right? A lot of stuff on the poster. Is this considered a lot of stuff on the poster? Do you know what research posters normally look like? Alright, this is what research posters normally look like, okay? This is considered a lot of stuff. Why C++ makes things worse? It's not that it makes things worse, it's just that people overcomplicate the crap out of everything when you give them C++, almost without exception. It's not like I don't want new devs submitting me C++ crap that I have to deal with and debug. It's just like the thing is it's so much easier and simpler to just do it in C. Like C++ gives you a lot of ways to screw stuff up and like not a lot of ways to make things actually simpler and fast. Research poster, yes, not a marketing one. Well, it's kind of in between in the sense that it's a conference. Um yeah, it's a conference. This is mostly just so people come over and talk though, right? I put the most amount of effort into my delivery of the material more than anything. Any EMS that uses any Majoko models. Technically, yes, we have a Majoko binding and an MJX binding. We also have a beta binding for Maniscale, and we did some work with Isaac Jim a while ago. Make it work in C. No, you don't need to use. If you wanted, wait, and write my own one of the Majoko drone models. Make it work in C. You don't. Okay, let me clarify something. Our first party environments that we write are in C. It's not like we only support C environments. It's that we only accept uh like first party environments to Ocean that are where you will have the source code that are in C. We have bindings for a whole bunch of external M's written in a variety of other languages. So what you would do is you just write a binding for the existing Majoko stuff. You wouldn't like try to port it to C or something crazy. That said, we actually have our own drone sim that is in C, and it's going to be way faster than anything in Majoko. We literally train it at like 4 million steps per second on one GPU. If you came across the C++ program, how long would it take? Depends on how good the code is, right? C and C++ integrate well. You can literally write C and C++, right? Printer ink cost for this poster. I do this with all my posters. They don't even charge you by that, man. They charge you for a poster. I've never had that be a thing. Eh. C is not fully compatible with C++ anymore. Really? I don't know who came up with that. You know about OCaml? Is it a good language? If you work at Jane Street, yes, and not really any other way. If you want to hear why we use C, you can read like some of my articles on this stuff. It's just like it, people overcomplicate the crap out of literally everything. And if I can write brain dead code that a first year undergrad student can read and like edit in C in a file to make any of these environments, then like what are you doing getting super fancy? Right? But Jane Street uses OCaml because it's Jane Street. Too big of a margin as well. I could move this entire thing just down a little bit, but I don't like that either. I think the spacing needs to just be bigger with everything, doesn't it? If I just do like this comes down to like here. This. Yes, nay. I suggest you do a reasonable amount of that. You should know what the basic data structures are, where to use them, and how to implement them. Probably, if your goal is to get better at general programming, though, you don't need to do a bunch of leet code style questions, which are less about the which are less really about the data structures and algorithms and more about solving exceedingly clever puzzles using them. It's a very different thing, right? Depends what your goal is. If your goal is just to get hired somewhere as a software engineer, then yes. That's a different goal from being a good programmer. Like getting hired by a big company doesn't mean you're a good programmer. So is your goal to get hired by a big company? Is your goal to be a good programmer? What are you trying to do? This is like still a mess, isn't it? If the goal is to be a good programmer, then my guide is a pretty dang good resource, right? If you're new, you start off writing some kind of high level stuff. You write a few basic things that are going to keep you interested until you can do like medium sized projects, take you a few days. Like you can make something reasonable. Then you very soon after that go and learn some low level dev, right? And you just iterate on bigger and bigger projects from there with like some amount of formal learning in there. Like things that will not make you a great programmer. Completing every single CS course at a top university will not make you a great programmer. Working at a big company in big tech for a large number of years will not make you a great programmer. Um, Doing the same sort of project over and over again without like actually branching out and doing new stuff will not make you a great programmer. Right? It's mostly about hands-on, like some amount of knowledge of fundamentals plus large amounts of hands-on experience on a bunch of different problems that have different requirements, and keeping stuff simple and being pragmatic throughout. That is how you get to be a great programmer. Make money learning system design do say. Yeah, okay. So these are two very different goals. It's completely possible to get hired at a very well paid software engineering job while knowing absolutely jack shit. Coded 4 years ago, almost. I would suggest, like, I have most of my best advice in my guide, right? This is why I wrote it. Like, I would suggest that you read it and then, like, then ask me questions about stuff from that. Because if you're asking for, like, my best general advice, it's all there, and it's going to be presented in a much more eloquent form than I can do live, just off the top of my head while I'm editing a ridiculous poster. There's the guide. We'll link it to you. I mean, there's one for reinforcement learning, and then there's one for programming in ML. Here's the programming in ML one. bothering me that it doesn't fit cleanly. Read it on the side and see if I have any questions. Yep. That is the best thing to do. Uh-oh. That... Oh, internet's okay. Just Google being Google. Fine. Do like this. Something good at the top here, right? What resources let Neural MMO cover the top? Like, go up with this? I could, but then I have this big gap. Go, like, medium distance. I don't have great resources for C, honestly, because I took CS 107 from Stanford. It really wasn't great. But, like, the thing is, there's really not that much to learn. Like, you need to know what the stack and heap are. You need to know what a pointer is. You need to know a few more things about, like, data types and bits, and that's about it. Really don't need, like, people think C is complicated. It's not. It's easy. I don't use it because it's complicated. I use it because it's simple. I don't use C++ because it's complicated. Like, simple thing. Net neural MMO. Oh, yeah, make neural MMO. I don't know if I can do that. I think it's going to get low res because you have to keep in mind this is a big poster. Um, yeah, this is how big it is. Like, yeah, I think any bigger than this is gonna make this pixelate a lot. I mean, it's already pixel art. You can't really scale it super well. I don't think we want more sentences. I think yeah, it's also a really bad way to learn stuff, Snowy. DSA. 4 a.m. here. Go get sleep. Missing Tower of Hanoi Env. You have baselines for it? There are a whole bunch of M's that are in development that we haven't really had PR'd yet. In fact, I'm probably gonna take this image out because I haven't tested it. Visuals need work. We'll see. At day. Yeah. Running is good at least. Oh. Heh. Cool. Yeah, you need to like you just need to be finished and need to like finish and PR the M, so when I merge stuff it gets included. I probably shouldn't have made an exception for the racing end, but I thought the visuals were gonna be more finished. Yeah, this is like super bright neon as well. Rid of it. Needs to at the very least be retouched. Okay, you know what we'll do? Have a little bit of space. Let's go up here. Getting some stuff up to this. This somewhere else. Back this. Okay, so now what we do is we have a little bit of space, right? Do I just write a few sentences? Do I put bullets? I think I just take this and make it less websitey and more conferencey, right? I think we do bullets. No, we do it. Maybe not. We do. Maybe. Something like this. Hello, Bet. I'm home from work. The real work can start. There's no real work happening at the moment. It is all bullshit with posters. I have to finish this so I can do real things. Yeah, I know. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff I gotta finish here. Probably this is gonna get bigger, is my guess. Heh. This is like the spacing is total freaking mess, right? This guy here. This dude over here. Guys here, maybe? Okay. What do we do about this vertical, like this space here, right? This bigger? You'll be attending RLC. This is literally the poster I'm making for it right here. Happy to meet up. Literally the poster I'm making for it. No, this does not look like most of the other posters, but then again, PufferLib does not look like most of the other libraries. Right? What else do we have? Alright, so something like this. Too cluttered? Yeah. Well, I think the spacing is screwy. There's really not much on it. Put this in, this. How big is this? I just need to, like, move the ends around a little bit. It's just layout at this, right? To, like, get it to look less cluttered. Gotta have more margin, I suppose, right? Nope. I'll no to that. Are there any actual playable pixel platformer games use RL or PufferLib? I mean, yes, you can do proc gen, right? The problem with pixels is you're immediately taking, in the best possible scenario, you're taking at least an order of magnitude hit to performance, probably much more. Reinforcement learning is developing chess engine. The task, how do you go about developing a chess AI? So, I I actually don't know what's being done in chess at the moment. We have a guy in PufferLib who's trying to get us like up just a fast chess implementation for pure RL because we kind of want to see what elo we can get to just doing RL without doing anything else, right? We would very much like help on that as well if good. State-based? We don't have state-based platformers, no. I don't know if anybody's done a state-based platformer yet. You can look around in the Discord. I don't think, at least nobody has submitted one yet. Based platform. Pixel platform. Yeah, you can definitely do a platformer, right? Like we don't have I think we really have any sort of platformer env. At least not in like Puffer and Fast. We can bind procgen and that'll run 100k FPS. But we can't train 100k FPS on pixels. Yeah, so Bet's the one here. Zurg here is Bet. He's the one who's doing that. There you go. This is how all the open source stuff works. There's people interested in doing things. Hey, things done. I think I just need to tighten up. I need to like give more spacing, and this will be reasonable. Try something using Puffer and let you know. I'm starting starting here. I mean, you can try any of our demo envs, right? You can see all the different ones we have. I'll be right back. Let me use the restroom real quick, and I gotta. The goal is gonna be to finish this poster in the next hour, so at least I have a little time to do other stuff today. Right back. Alright. Hey. Hang on. Okay. Just need more space around everything. Is that all it is? You know what? I see a better thing. Dang it. Oh, we're gonna do it. This. This. Have to just really quickly shift around. This is going to work. Definitely gonna time. We'll make it way less cluttered. So this goes here, here, right, and then here, here. For pixel platformer, would you advise using egocentric approach? It depends how big the blocks are. So you see the 11 by 11 crop around itself, plus maybe like a few extra small things. Like that. Lost the last part of your comment, perhaps buffering issues. Replay has problems too. Oh, that's weird. So yeah, what I would basically probably do, there are a few different things you can look at for this. But like, I'd probably do something like this, right? You have your platformer. This. Okay, you make... It depends if you want this to be on a grid or not, right? Like, it'll look better not on a grid, but it'll be simpler to code as a first environment depending on your skill level, not if you actually use a grid. So on a grid, it would be something like this, right? Where you have all the blocks, or like the platforms are made up of blocks. Then you have like your agent here, which is going to be like, I don't know, a fish. Okay, and then the fish sees some sort of block around it. Sees like this, this, this. The block should actually be aligned, right? So it sees some sort of thing like this, and then it probably also needs to know like its local position in the block, so get the physics jumps right. Something like that. Otherwise, you're gonna have to do something a bit fancier. It's totally possible to do it not on a grid. Still have it make sense. Like, you could literally just, if you did it not on a grid, it would be something like this. Right? And you just have, like, a normal platformer. Then all you do is, maybe it's better not on a grid, frankly. It'll look way better not on a grid. Um... You just give it, like, the position of the nearest platforms, right? So it knows, like, X, Y, and then it gets, like, DX, DY, DX, something like this. I mean, you can do it a lot of ways, right? It'll probably look better if you just make a normal platformer and then figure out how to do observations, though. Because when you lock everything to a grid, everything kind of looks like a toy. Like, you get stuff like this. Looks pretty toy. Yeah, I don't think it'll be that hard. We've got all sorts of examples of stuff, right? I have been known to be wrong sometimes, so every so often, it doesn't usually happen, but every so often I give somebody like a massively harder problem than I expect. I'm usually pretty good. Not always. At picking like appropriate problems for people. Yeah, I think something like this will be better once we have it. Challenges are good. Yeah, but I'm supposed to give you... Yeah, Bet's the guy I've screwed over more times than anybody. I've just given him way too hard problems to deal with. He has actually done them, but it's taken like an obscene amount of time compared to what I like was trying to give him a project, you know, to compared to the scope of the project I try to give him. But yeah, it's very boring until one of those problems, the easy problems use zero shots, turns out to be a very valuable problem, and then it's very interesting all of a sudden. And where did I get this guy from? I don't know where I got this guy from at all. Size for the puffers. Just have to, like, clean it up a little bit and we're done, right? This side's pretty clean. Just not have enough graphics. Pretty much all the Ocean M's, almost all of them are playable games. Yeah, I know. It's really obnoxious. That's better. Eh. What is the most basic intro to PufferLib and RL project you recommend for a new CS grad with no RL or ML experience in coursework? So I have guides for you, in fact. I have exact guides for what you want to do here. Go to my articles tab on X, read my advice for programming in ML, read my guide for reinforcement learning in general. If you follow, well, this one's more general. This is just prevent you from doing dumb things in general, plus how to learn some ML. This is like the step-by-step how to get into reinforcement learning. If you follow this, you will understand RL, and you will be able to contribute productively to the cutting-edge research. Hey, Magidirt. Just run out of environments. Did I not include something? Why is my MOBA screenshot so bad? I thought I had a better MOBA screenshot, didn't I? Thumbnail kind of just sucks. I think I go get a better MOBA thumbnail and then I have it be bigger. Okay. Oh yeah, this is way better, right? Way better screeny. So I can put this guy in like a place of greater interest, I suppose. Over here somewhere. Maybe that helps somehow. Again, can go back to like close to its original size, right? Do something like this. Now we're kind of there, right? This is pretty dang close, I think. Why is this margin so much worse? Why is this? Shouldn't be. Oh, this is a little bit worse. Feed it in and have this look centered. Better. Yeah, it's not bad. We do final tweaks on this, and I think we call it. I think we've got it done. Why is it Puffer AI? Thank you very much. That's dated. Thank you very much. That helps. That is the old website that points to the old docs. Fixing.bin issue with bet and lean key. Oh, geez. Yeah, you're supposed to just be able to export your models to the binary so that they can go on the website. Please do fix that, and then I'm going to have to do colors, I think. Like bright neon. We'll see whether, what it ends up as. You're fixing? Very good. Do fix, please. Okay, so now I can actually, like, finish adjusting positions. This. Okay. Is this centered? What the hell? Centered. It is. Yeah, because actually, yeah, this right. No, it wasn't. Okay, there. Now that's centered. All right. So what? I have a font that I used to use for everything. Trying to remember. I'm gonna go pull up like one of the more recent things. This was Montserrat. Yeah, I don't think that's better, right? Oh, that's what I have it in. This is worse. Alright, maybe this is good, right? Montserrat. Whatever. Good to me. Any other objections? Do we have objections to the current poster, or do I print it and call it a day with this annoyingness? At some point I must have dropped a bunch because it says I dropped 27,000 frames at some point. Lovely. This is kind of uneven. This. How far away are viewers going to be? This is going to be printed 6 feet wide. That's actually a good call, though. I need to check that it's not, like, horribly rezzed. Good. Sure, nothing is like really pixelated. Shouldn't be. No, the graphics all look pretty good to me. This thing could be clearer, I think, right? Yeah, literally just this thing could be clearer. At least better. Oh yeah, I gotta probably fix the QR codes because this will go to the wrong thing, won't it? Oh, that's bullshit. I don't really know what Yeah. I gotta love how they literally people spend 5 seconds AI generating a garbage app and then it's like, yes, you will sign up for our garbage app. No, no, I won't. None of this is gonna scan. You can also just put the singular. Oh, hang on, this will actually work. Better do this, right? Cool. Oh, and of course. You know what, screw it. We'll just link the Discord, or do I link what? I swear it used to be that the first link on one of these would just let you frickin' generate the QR codes. We really only need the Discord, right? Literally just puffer.ai. Make new PR with minor fixes. Thank you. Yeah, I have to actually review it. Be warned though, if you PR things, sometimes I will just merge it and then yell at you when it's broken. Nah, usually not. If it breaks, it breaks. We don't break the pip packages, okay? Why the heck is this not... Yeah, this is not, like, remotely aligned. How did I even do this? Heck. Okay. This is not terrible. Not terrible. Do the final checks on this. I haven't done it. Giga stupid, and then we're submit it. Sick of dealing with it. Not doing bet when I make a dev version, it takes me 6 months to get it back into main somehow. So I'm gonna avoid doing a dev version for as long as possible. Anything screwy or are we good? What is your depth of knowledge in other fields of deep learning? Well, I started off in natural language processing and then I moved to vision. But this was before transformers were a thing. Um, Generally, it's very, very easy to jump around between subfields of AI. Like, it would take me 2 months to be very competent at just about anything. That maybe diffusion would be a little bit of a pain. Everything else is like just ML basics plus being able to do research plus a lot of engineering. No, I don't I don't follow other areas, right? I don't follow like what's happening in language modeling research because I'm not doing language modeling research. Jacked. Well, yeah, this is what happens when you do some exercise instead of staying current on literally everything else happening in the entire field. I'm actually injured. I should be looking a little bit better now, but I got a bad knee that I've been like working around, can't squat, and I've got a bad shoulder where I can't overhead press and I have to bench light. I had some decent numbers last year. I gotta get myself some PT. It's just busy. This is fine, right? I think anything else here is marginal. Let me just make sure I didn't do anything dumb with the text. Bad shoulder knee. Yeah, it's a pain. I really want to get my overhead press back. Drives me nuts. Line bench, that's rough. I got distracted in overhead dumbbell press, like a dumbbell shoulder press. My shoulder and my knee was just like repetitive strain from running and squatting a bunch. Okay, I think that this is good. Yeah, this looks as a PDF. Pretty good, right? A little suspicious about the oh, the resolution's fine. Stop going. Ah, yeah, you gotta go exercise regardless, man. You gotta go. The running is the thing that's such a pain in the ass. That's where I get all my damn injuries, mostly from running. I was doing marathons last summer, but yeah, I haven't been in shape to do it. I still do like 10Ks, but I don't even do halves at this point. A lot of time to stay in that type of shape though. A lot of time. All right. Next thing is cards, I believe. 1038 by 696. Wait, don't I already have one of these? Hang on, I think I probably already have a business card file that I can just update. Oh, wait, it's... No, that's good. We got an hour. Cool. Hour-ish. Such a bullshit day. I basically just screwed around and made a poster all day. Ridiculous. Super basic poster as well. I'm sure I'm going to have to spend 2 days or so on the presentation. It's like a lot of time. Why don't do conferences, man? Conferences are just like, eh. Takes forever. The heck is my business card file? Who the heck is also on, Oh, I guess this got some attention. Cool. Alright, so... Nothing needed. Let me go see if I can find the card on the off screen here. And make that, and that'll be it. And we're just gonna make that. How do I keep losing the design files for these? Let me check my Gmail real quick. That message. Trying to get layer norm working. Hey Spencer. Oh yeah, hey Spencer, how's poster? Is this good enough, you think? Freaking hate making posters. It takes all day. It's like for even something super basic takes all day. Here. Here's a poster. Be applied entity-wise. Norm on new Puffer Drive C policy. Ooh. Yes, it should be applied entity-wise. You're gonna have to add a test to make sure that it's the same. Actually, I thought I added layer norm. I thought I added it and tested it. It should be applied entity-wise. I'm pretty sure I added it. You have it? Yeah, I added it recently. You're open? Thank you, Bet. Yeah, I still have to do the business cards. Still have to do the business card. Trying to figure out why it's not giving the right behavior. Poster looks good. Somewhere in C. Yeah. Yeah, most likely that. I can just remake it super quick, right? make it super quick. That stuff. Ten 38 9 6 9 6. Okay. You have way better environments now to put on this, so this nice. Driving sim nice and big. Driving I think if I can put the drone one on there. I would like to put I'd like to have like a drone thing loaded in before we do the drones. Like a drone model. Guess I can put the drone thing in anyways. Yeah, we also have my MOBA. That's pretty freaking right? Sure. A spot for Enduro. Enduro over Pac-Man, right? Maybe we do this here and then this here. Pretty well fits, right? Why is this like so much easier than the I don't know why this is so much easier than the other one. Right? This. Okay. Other than the minor packing, anything else I missed? Those are all the coolest ones. Like, visually, if nothing else. Thing. Coolest one. This one border is annoying. You know what I can do? Boom. That fits perfectly, right? Now we've got our drone env. This is everything then done except, this is like everything. Except... Oh yeah, there's the other side as well, right? I have one of them right here. Puffer. Puffer. Okay, this was basically what my card looked like before. Let me just fix, font. like this. Look great on a card, to be honest. Just that. What the heck did I use on this? This? Was it? Was it literally just Ariel? Oh. No, I literally did my card in Ariel, didn't I? That doesn't look right. Why does it not look right? I hate having to do this stuff. It's like basic things I forget. Pick something. First. This is not bad. Okay. I think that is decent enough. Space. There isn't, right? Weird. Weird if I put that on. I think this is a good draft of everything. I can submit these all to the print shop later today. Hey Spencer, if you're still in here, I can send you some of these as well. I wish we did have the drone model loaded into this is the only thing. Maybe I'll do that tonight. Just go get a quadcopter model. Look way better. Print and take with you. Yeah. I don't know what's easier if you're gonna get there before I will. I guess I'll be there probably that first evening anyways, though. Before all the major stuff happens. So yeah, here's poster. Puffer. Here are their new cards. I think that's an upgrade, right? We have more cool ends to show off, so they'll be cool looking. That's what I forgot to go check. I kind of just got on stream immediately. Let me see if I have it on my calendar. If not, I have to go, like, actually look through emails. Yeah, of course my dumb ass did not actually put it on the calendar. If I have confirmation emails. Um... Yeah, I don't know what my flights are, man. I'll DM you tonight, though. So I make sure I know. I gotta do a bunch of admin crap, apparently. I think that's a decent chunk of progress, right? I'll have poster done. Got these. Got all the new M's. I think what I'll probably do is I'm gonna go to dinner. My family's here for another couple days. I'm gonna come back from dinner and I'm gonna basically see how much energy I have. If I can, I'm going to see if I can get a quadcopter model loaded in. And if not, then I guess I'll just print them. Either way, I gotta get these sent in tonight so that we have them in time. Yeah, I think that's the goal. I go to dinner now before I start getting too tired. That way I actually come back and do real work later today. Um, so for folks watching, depending on how long all that takes, there is actually some research side stuff that I need to do soon, or actually eng side stuff I need to do soon. Uh, Probably tomorrow is my guess. Maybe later tonight. Usually this is not do boring administrative stuff stream. It's usually do RL stream, but yeah, I figured that people come by and hang out, so may as well just stream. I answered a bunch of RL questions today as well on stream, to be fair. If you're interested in the actual work that is usually done around here, and you'd like to get involved, Puffer.ai for all the things. You can start on GitHub, helps us out a lot. In Discord if you want to get involved, and you can follow me on X to get access to all of my articles and such for free. Yeah, I think that is it. I think I'm getting hungry and I want to go to dinner. So, thank you, folks. Back later tonight or tomorrow.